Oh, it looks like I'm live. Okay. Um, Hi, folks. This is a new streaming service I'm trying, so you'll have to forgive me while I figure this out. Uh, how do I? Let's see here. Is there a way to share a link? Oh, let's find out. You have to give me a second. I've never done this before. I've never live streamed on YouTube, so give me a second. Let's see. Oh. Okay, so alright. I found a link. Okay, cool. And I think I'm good to go. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and let my viewers know, or my patrons know that I'm streaming. So we'll see how this goes. I should probably start OBS as well. Let's see here. Let me go on my Discord. Alright, let's try this out. Okay. Hello everyone. I'm trying YouTube live streaming. Not sure what I'm doing, but let's see what happens. If you can help me with the sound and other feedback, that would be cool. I think I'll also stream on the other usual places too, just in case. Okay, so let me go ahead and open up OBS, and I will have that open too, just in case people want to tune into my thing. So start streaming. Okay, got that going on there. Hello there, Psycho202. How is the sound? Is the music too loud? Or is it, how's my voice? How does that sound? Let me know, because I'm setting up a stream for the first time and I don't exactly know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see here. Hi there. Yeah, Psycho202. So yeah, how do I sound? Do I sound okay, I hope? I hope, I pray. Anyway, I'm also streaming on Twitch now, so I guess this is gonna be an experience to say the least. Audio is fine. A little bit soft, but I'm not sure if that's just you. Sounds good on my end. Okay, it's fine. Just a little bit quiet, a little quiet. You sound good. All right, let's. I'm gonna increase the desktop audio by just a little bit, and you let me know. How's that? Is that better? But it's the same on Twitch in terms of volume. Yeah, I got my Twitch volume pretty much like mastered, so I'm pretty good there. Same on Twitch, yeah. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Much better? Okay, cool. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and get started then. Twitch is much louder than YouTube, I see. Okay. So then let me go ahead and fix that real fast. So I will lower the music volume on Twitch, and then let me go ahead and do that here on YouTube as well. Oh, what am I doing here? Oh, well, first off, I'm setting up a live stream for the first time on YouTube, Lexi by Day. But I think I'm good to go. So we're gonna go ahead and start actually, what I wanted to do, which is 3D modeling. So, yeah, let me go ahead and, okay, so I guess we're gonna go ahead and get started then, if I sound alright. And, yeah, let's go ahead and see what happens. Oh, I can chat too, apparently. Chat. Okay. Alright, neat. That's cool. This is very weird. There's so many windows that are open. Alright. Let me get going then. Okay. I think we're good. Let's go ahead and get started then, shall we? Let me just check this thing. Chat. Okay, cool. Alright. Sorry folks. This is a new system for me. So we're gonna go ahead and I think we're good. Alright. Running YouTube is fun, but I don't really like how there isn't a simple way to alias chat names without altering the main account name. Yeah, but I figured that YouTube is still a way to, I don't know, branch out a little to get a bigger audience, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and just deal. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get started then, and I don't know, see what happens. Yeah. Oh, I should probably, like, tweet this out, shouldn't I? Okay, let me go do that. Just open up a new window. Alright, so this is so amateurish, I know. Alrighty. So tweet. Hello friends, I'm live streaming on YouTube and I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm making art anyway, so screw it. Also, you can tune in on Twitch too. And art. Sorry guys, this is totally new to me, so. Woo! Let's make some 3D printable minis. Hashtag D&D, hashtag YouTube, I guess? I guess that's a tweet, right? Hashtag Twitch. Alright, and there. Okay, boom. Alright, I did my part. I think we're good to go. Alrighty. Let's make some art, finally. Alright, hello folks. This is MZ4250, and I am a 3D artist who makes 3D printable miniatures. This is the first time that I've ever, live streamed on YouTube before, so this will be a first. But hey, hello to my Twitch friends, and we'll just see how it goes. So, I am going to work on this creature. It is called a horde scarab. It's part of my continued efforts at 3D modeling Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. For those of you who are new to my stuff, I 3D model D&D minis for free. And yeah, all the files have always been free. They always will be free. A, because that's just how I am, but B, because, I don't want to get sued. And, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and make some art now. So, for those of you who don't know, I use Blender for my 3D modeling. Blender is a free 3D modeling software that's pretty damn great. So we're gonna go ahead and get started on making ourselves some lovely, something 3D. So what we're gonna do is first we're gonna try to get the proportions correctly. And from the top, it looks like this creature is quite round, so I think we're okay there. From the side, though, as you can tell, it's very flat, so we're gonna go ahead and get down to right around there. Now, here's the thing about a creature like this. It is very, very small. It's supposed to be a tiny creature. So because it is a tiny creature, given that what I'm making is for 3D printing, it's, it's gonna be bit of a challenge to get all the little details down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this guy so that way at least a tiny version of him can be printed and it'll be like a small creature, but we'll get there when we get there. For now, let's go ahead and make some art, shall we? So let's just do that. Also, since this is a new streaming service for me, if you guys, have any feedback on how I sound, just let me know if I need to make myself louder, if I need to speak up, because this is all new to me. So, yeah. But thanks for tuning in. I do this for fun. The streaming part, that is. I consider myself to be somewhat of a professional when it comes to 3D art. But when it comes to the streaming stuff, I'm very much amateur. It just does it for fun. I know that it's supposed to be a really good way of, growing your audience and all that stuff, but meh. When I get there, I'll get there. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete half of this guy, and I'm going to add a nice mirror function right there. Nice happy mirror function. There you go. This is very much a beetle, so it's going to have the little wing separations right there. So we're going to go ahead and do that real fast, like so. That's quite beautiful. Now let's go ahead and continue working on this guy on one half of him. It's actually a very simple creature, I feel, and approachable. The phrase is approachable. Thanks there, monkey, llama, duck. I like your username. But anyway, so yeah, making ourselves a little scarab. Let's see how this turns out. Doesn't seem like it's going to be that complicated of a creature to make. So, who knows? Maybe we'll finish this guy and work on something else. So, a funny story about YouTube, but I pretty much neglected my YouTube channel for a really long time. And it wasn't that I had anything against it, it's just Twitch just seemed like a much easier thing for me to manage, But yeah, but I know it's something that you should do, right? You should expand your audience, so that's what I'm going to do. So, yeah. Let's see, I think that should be enough. Extrude once. Smooth vertices. And yeah, I guess we're gonna go and see. I currently have the same amount of viewers right now on Twitch that I do on YouTube, so it's probably just the patrons that are helping me out. Well, thank you very much, folks. You guys are very kind. I hope folks are doing okay this month and things are alright on your end. It's been obviously a very difficult month for many people around the world. But can offer a bit of a distraction, then you know what, so be it. Alright, I'm going to subdivide in there, and I'm going to go ahead. Oh, thanks there, Robin Savage. I appreciate that. I do. Subdivide. Alright, so let's cut into this guy now. Okay. I prefer my limbs to have at least 8 sides, or 10 sides. So yeah, let's go ahead and see what happens. Alright, so that looks pretty good so far. Let's continue working on this guy. So, yeah, I'm getting close to finishing Fizbins. Like, I only have like maybe, I don't know, like 10 more creatures to go. So, it's definitely getting there. So, it's pretty exciting that I'll be able to finish this book and then move on to the next thing. So. Now I know that this is supposed to be a tiny creature, but I'm gonna go ahead and use a small creature marker for it, only because, well, two things. One, it's kind of impossible to print a tiny creature, 3D print a tiny creature, so you're gonna have to always size things up a little more, you know. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. So yeah, this is going to be obviously a very, very little guy. But yeah, it's pretty exciting that I might be able to finish this book. And then I can move on to the next project, which will most likely be another D&D book, since, you know, they can actually be done pretty quickly. So yeah, we'll see. I already gotta ban somebody, jeez. Man, that was fast. Let's see, and ban. Boy, you know your stream is starting to pop when you already get to ban somebody. Oh well. Anyway, that is funny. Literally just started streaming, already got to ban somebody. Oh well. Bots got a bot, I guess, right? Now, when it comes to 3D printing really tiny things like this, some printers actually can pull off some miracles of artistic wonder. So I think probably like an 8K resin printer could probably pull this off, I think. But yeah, we'll see how this turns out. For those of you who are wondering what I'm making right now, it is a horde scarab. So it's a little buggy that you know, lives inside the hordes of dragons and stuff. It's pretty cool. I'll add those details later in the sculpting phase. For now, I'm just getting the base mesh down. I'm glad I'm 3D modeling something that's a little simpler. Let's see here. Alright, so this leg's got a different shape. Spelljammer's supposed to come out for 5e. Would you like to model ships or do you prefer creating creatures? I prefer creating creatures. Creatures are more interesting to me than ships. Ships are, you know, bleeding into terrain creation stuff, and I don't know. I never really liked making terrain. It's not impossible, you know. It's pretty achievable projects, but I don't know. It's never really been my thing, you know. So I would much rather be working on the creatures than on the ships. Thanks for asking, though. Scarab from Moon Knight. Nope. No Moon Knight here, just making some art. I do like Moon Knight though. I think it's actually a very funny show. Pretty good action. And of course Oscar Isaac is a national treasure, so. Yeah, I definitely like Moon Knight. But no, this is not a thing from a Marvel show or whatever. I generally try to stay away from doing anything revolving around the mouse. Not that I don't like stuff that Disney makes, it's just I don't like being sued by them. So, yeah. But I have a really good relationship with D&D. Wizards of the Coast is pretty clear with their rules when it comes to creating fan art, so that's why I do D&D stuff. And I never, ever try to sell this stuff because then I would get sued. And I don't want that. But yeah, just making me some miniatures. I wonder if this is a thing that's streamed on YouTube often. Yeah, I wonder if there's like bigger 3D artists that like do this regularly on YouTube. Not like I'm trying to compete with anybody, obviously. I'm just curious if anybody does this regularly like I do. My intention for my stream is not like, you know, tutorials or anything like that. It's literally just me hanging out, listening to some relaxing music, and, you know, just enjoying my time as I make some art. Oh, that's cool. Well, good luck with that, Robin Savage. Yeah, that was a fun creature to make when I made that a long time ago. One of my good friends, V Muse, who has a YouTube channel, and it's definitely worth checking out. She needed a piano, so I quickly 3D modeled one for her to 3D print. But then I was like, you know, I mean, while I'm here, and I went ahead and just made a mimic out of the piano. Just thought it was kind of funny. So A, I helped out a friend, and B, I made up my own little thing, you know? Nothing wrong with killing two birds with one stone. But yeah. Oh, well, hey there, Ironhead. Thanks for subscribing to me with Prime. You didn't really have to do that, though. I mean, streaming is not really like my thing. I don't pay my bills with streaming. But that's still very nice of you, so thank you very much. Nope, I pay my bills through my Patreon. I guess I should probably do like a self-promo. Well, it's too early to do self-promo, so I'll do a self-promo later. It's like I just started on YouTube. I'm not gonna immediately bombard YouTube with my stuff. Your Centaur Tar is being used for the basis of a con game using Savage Worlds. That's cool. Well, Robin Savage, just, you know, I guess give me a shout out when you, do the game, I guess. I don't know. That's funny. That Centaur Tar model was really, really silly. Well, on YouTube, Chris Littlefield just commented about he likes the mimics that I make, especially the ones that are on holidays. And yeah, I like them too. It's very funny when a holiday comes around and it's like, you know, I should make a mimic. It's just funny how it turns out that way. But yeah. Mimics are definitely fun because it gives you an opportunity to make a prop for, you know, terrain or something, but also gives you a chance to make something very silly. So, YouTube. Finally streaming on YouTube. I've been putting this off for way too long. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, I just never really got around to it, you know. And I kept reminding myself, it's like, you know, you gotta branch out to new audiences. People need to see your stuff, and I'm just like, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh well. Oh well. But here I am. Obviously it's not a crazy blowout stream over there right now. But you know what? At least I figured it out. I am kind of curious if the streams on YouTube, like, do they like stay up for a little bit, like, or do they just erase over time? I don't know. Is there any technical reason why I use Blender 2.79 and not a newer version? Asks Eric on YouTube. I don't know, it's just my preference. Eric or Elric, sorry, Einrich, sorry. Yeah, I just prefer it. I'm very used to the UI, and I tried using the newer versions of Blender, but I found that, you know, if you're just doing basic 3D modeling like I do, like it wasn't really very useful. And like, There's some pretty cool rendering and animation tools, but I don't really do rendering or animation, so in the end, it just came down to, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So that's exactly what happened with Blender. So, yeah. It just didn't seem like it made sense to learn a whole new UI and basically start from scratch to do the exact same thing that the older versions can do. So that's why I stick with the older version, just because the newer versions offer nothing. Not a thing. Thanks for your question, though. But yeah, just came down to the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's basically it. So thanks for your question there, Heinrich. I appreciate it. So given this is supposed to be a really tiny creature, I'm not going to stress too much about, you know, how fine these details are going to turn out. Because in the end, small creatures don't really print that well in 3D. But if I can get just like the most basic shape down, you know, if I can just get the most basic recognizable outline 3D printable, then, you know, that's what you gotta do. So there we go. Alrighty. So this is a rather handsome looking fellow, I feel. I'm gonna go ahead and lengthen the entire body just a smidge. Just like that. Bring it down just a little bit. And then we're going to move on to the next little bit of details. So, oh, I got a question here by Muladu. You've made so many models now. When it comes time to make something new, do you find you often have another model that's close enough from starting point, or do you prefer to start fresh? I mean, it's a little bit of both, really. I don't really have a preference one or the other, but I do like, I accidentally made a new paintbrush. Anyway, I do like to save myself some time, and you know, if I've already made something similar, it's nice to just be able to remix and then move on to the next thing. But my preference is ultimately to start fresh when I can, only because, you know, it's just nice. It's just nice to make a new thing, you know? I guess it also depends on the creature too, you know? Like if it's just a simple adventurer, it's like, I've done this 1,000 times. Let me just grab what I've got already and then go from there, you know? Oh, Heinrich says, great answer and kudos on trying to pronounce my name. Oh, okay. Well, you're welcome there, Heinrich. I tried. Anyway, so yeah, my preference is to make something new if possible, but that's not always possible, you know? Sometimes or not always possible, but sometimes it's not always practical, you know. Like if somebody says, "Oh, I'd like a paladin with a hammer," it's like, ah, come on, man, really? It's like, yeah, if I were to make a fresh paladin from scratch when I literally have a cajillion paladins, it's kind of dumb. So, yeah. All right, so this guy looks pretty damn good. Nice little starting point, right? So let's go ahead and sculpt in some details. And then we're going to move on to the next phase. So let me go ahead and, well, I have to take care of something off screen if you don't mind. Let's see here. So hold on a second. I just got to take care of something off screen real quickly. All right. So for those of you who don't know about what I do, just to give you a quick heads up, I am also in the process of I'm also in the process of re-uploading pretty much all of my stuff from back in the day. But this means that I need to also re-upload everything little by little, bit by bit. So I'm doing that as well as 3D modeling. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so where was I? Okay, so as you can see, I have just 3D modeled this beetle, and you know, I think it came out pretty good. I think it came out alright. Not too bad, not too bad. Nice little buggy. And if this was not the age of resin printing, I would probably just stop right here, right? And but this is not the age of FDM. This is the age of resin printing, so I need to obviously add a little more details. So what we're going to do is, let me increase this to 2. Let me apply the mirror real quickly. I'm going to increase this connection merge limit to there. And what we're going to do is, I notice that there's a little bit of a extrusion right here, so I can take care of that right now by just selecting that geometry and just extruding outward. Good morning there, Charenko. Thanks for joining my stream. I always appreciate the company. Charenko, just so you know what I'm working on right now, I'm making a Horde Scarab. And the Horde Scarab is a creature from the book Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. As a public disclaimer, the creature that I'm creating is the intellectual property of Wizards of the Coast. Therefore, the 3D model that I am creating is for free and not to be used in any form of commercial purposes. If you try to use this for any form of commercial purpose, then you are a very bad person and you shouldn't do that. There we go. That's my public disclaimer. Nice. Well, that's exciting. I'm happy that I can help you out. Alrighty. Cool. Okay, this guy's looking pretty good. So, I got all the basics down. Now it's time to do some sculpting. Oh, thank you there. Appreciate it, Charenko. It's actually been a rather slow month for me in my Patreon, but at least I can pay the bills, right? That's all that matters in the end. So, let's go ahead and continue. Alright, this guy's looking pretty good. That's funny. Well, I'm honored to have helped you in that way. Alright, so let's go ahead and start some sculpting now, shall we? What we're going to do is I guess, yeah, let's go ahead and save. Horde Scarab. And then let's go ahead and save as Horde Scarab sculpted. Okay. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and we're going to just go ahead and apply this thing. Actually, I'm going to increase the views by a lot. It's like right there. So before we continue, I'm going to export this as an STL. I'm just going to make sure that the file isn't too big. Because when you bring it up to 3 subdivisions, that's pretty serious. Let's see, export, STL. Okay, 9 megs, that's not bad. Alright, cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and start sculpting. Now, as you can see, this is very intricate, detailed design on this thing. It's really quite beautiful. So we're going to do our best. So let's turn on the Dintopo. Turn on the, lower that down, bring on the symmetry lock. And yeah, let's start painting, you know? Let's see how we do. Or sculpting, I guess. So I'm gonna first try to get a nice outline. I'm gonna be using this clay strip tool because it makes pretty decent square shapes, you know? So I'm gonna be hand drawing this, if you will. So this will be fun. So, is it going to be perfect? No. But this thing is also going to be roughly half the size of you know, a pinky nail, so it's okay to not stress about this too much. This is not going to be as precise as I would want it to be, but it's okay. It really is okay. This is art. Art for the sake of art, you know? A little uneven there. Oh, I'm dumb. I didn't turn on the mirror function. Whoops. Duh. Boom. That was funny. It's like, why is it mirroring? Maybe because you didn't turn it on, you dum-dum. I'm a dum-dum. Don't mind me. Alright. And once again, let me stress, it doesn't need to be perfect because this is a very tiny thing. It's okay to have a little bit of artistic freedom. Yeah. Yeah, Deneb Edwards, I thought I'd try YouTube finally. I've been putting it off for so long. But it's like, I do have a decent amount of followers on YouTube, right? I should probably, you know, actually start paying attention to it. So, yep. Finally doing the YouTubes. I don't think I'm gonna be getting much of a bigger audience, but who knows? Who knows? Whenever I posted videos on YouTube back in the day, like, the response has always been pretty positive, you know? People have always been just nice, so. And I know that's like the 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 stereotype is like, oh, YouTube comments, people are terrible, but it's been okay. I've had no real issues with it yet, so we'll see. Maybe that'll change today, I don't know. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Well, hello there, Deneb Edwards / Dancing Shadow. I appreciate your time and your company, and obviously your support. Woo! I just got a new patron, Derek. Thanks, Derek. Appreciate it. Every new patron is a victory. That's how I feel. I never had a Twitch, never saw much at this point, so it was a pleasant surprise for me to see you stream on YouTube. Hey there, Chris Littlefield. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I just completely ignored my YouTube account for too long, and it's like, it's about time to start paying attention to it again, I feel. You know, I just noticed something. There's two different designs. This is like that, and this is like that. I actually prefer the one over here. I think I'll just follow this one instead. Yeah, I just noticed that, and it's kind of funny. But yeah, I just been ignoring my YouTube account for so long. It's like, I do have followers. I really should be paying attention to it, so here I am. Of course, I'm still gonna stream on Twitch, because Twitch is you know, it's where I started by streaming, and I'm not gonna go away from there, obviously. Alright. It's looking pretty good so far. I just shared your live link to my local Milwaukee RPG Discord server. See if we can get you a bump. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Robin. That's very nice of you. So, oh, I'm seeing actually more people tuning in right now. Hello, friends. For those of you who are tuning in right now, first off, thank you for tuning in. I am a 3D artist, MZ4250 and i3D model free 3D printer build miniatures. I've been at this for almost 8 years now, and yeah, I just like making free art for the world to enjoy, so thanks for tuning in. Alright, so that looks pretty good so far. Alrighty, so that looks quite handsome. Now it's obviously not perfect, it's not the exact pattern, exact design, but once again, this is for 3D printing, so it's going to be a very tiny thing. And because it's going to be so tiny, it's redundant to focus too much on making it as accurate as possible to the artwork, because in the end it's going to be such a small print that a lot of it's not going to show up. So I try to get the most basic pattern down at least. That way the very advanced resin printers can at least get something in there, you know? So we'll see. Anyway, let me get some claw details up in here, and then we'll move on to the next bit. Alright, this guy is looking pretty damn good, if I may say so myself. So, not too shabby, not too shabby. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next phase. And the next phase is making this 3D printable. Now, let's go ahead and grab this creature. We're going to go ahead and file export STL, forward scarab, export. File, export, let me just check the size. Yeah, 12 megs, psh, too easy. Alright. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go and open my slicing program. Well, actually first, let's go and upload or check this guy out. Oh, actually, while we're here, you guys want to see something I made earlier today? I'm kind of happy with it. Let me show you guys real quickly what I made. So I made a horde mimic, or excuse me, I made a treasure horde, just as a regular treasure horde. You know, nothing really special about it. Kind of basic. It's actually kind of sad. I think I'm just going to give up on my art and call it a day right there. And just kidding, it's a mimic. So yeah, I just made a horde mimic earlier today before I decided, hey, let me start streaming. But anyway, let me go ahead and check this horde scarab and see if he's ready to go. So we're going to open him up in Windows Builder. Windows Builder is a really good program for just finding if there's any errors in the model, and it looks like it's okay. So no errors, that's nice. Anyway, so okay then, so it's good to go. So let's go ahead and do some renders real fast. I'm gonna go ahead and just render right now. It's kind of funny how okay that looks. I guess it's a little too bright. Maybe I'll just move this down here, move this over there, move this here, move this there. As I said before, I'm not really a rendering person. It's not really my thing. So if it looks okay, then I'll take it, you know. Alright, let's go ahead and bring you in a little closer, and then I'll go ahead and do it again. Let me make that a little less strong, a little more strong. I guess I'll bring this up a little, bring that in a little, delete one of you, and then you, I don't know, 50. Alright. Like I said, rendering, not my thing. As long as it kind of looks like the creature, that's all that matters to me in the end. Alright, so I'm probably getting there, so let's go ahead and mess the lighting just a little bit more. It looks alright. Kind of tempted to make it look gold or something, you know. Maybe I should be a little more dynamic with the lighting, you know. Give it a little bit of an angle. I don't know. Actually, I kind of like that. Yeah, sure, why not? Whatever, man. It's a stupid bug. Alright, let's save an image real fast. File, save as. Horde mimic. Horde scarab. Alright, let's go ahead and make this 3D printable. So, as you saw, we already inspected it in Windows Builder. So now let's go over to my Prusa 3D slicing program. And let's import this guy. We're going to first inspect him in FDM. And in FDM, I'll be honest with you, if the body just shows up, that's going to be good enough, because this is a really tiny creature, and you can just paint those legs onto the thing if you need to. So let's go with Prusa Pla. And yeah, let's see here. Wow. Okay, so this is a surprise. I wasn't even expecting the legs to show up, and the fact that they showed up is pretty impressive. Like, this could be thickened a little bit, so I'll do that, but I am very impressed. FDM is not friendly to printing minis. Hey, Boo. I'm streaming on YouTube.
Where it's never been easier.
Where it's never been easier. Yeah, I found this other streaming program called Streamlabs. Okay. So that way I can do Streamlabs for YouTube and OBS for Twitch. The only annoying thing is that the chat for YouTube shows up on Streamlabs, but I can't type in it. So I have to open up a separate window for the chat. It's kind of, but whatever. It still works. It's just doable. Anyway, I love you.
I love you too.
Did you sleep okay?
Yes, it's alright.
All right, cool. Cats were being annoying this morning.
Yeah.
This freaking little lady was just like, ah, let me in! Let me in! And just slamming into the damn door like,
Yeah, she's crazy.
God, cat.
Crazy.
Yeah, well.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, I'm just here. Alrighty, sculpt mode. So let me go ahead and just make that part of the body just a little bit thicker. You know, it's not gonna ruin the details of it too much. And yeah, it'll look fine. Alright. File, export, STL. And then bam. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and reload. And there you go. This is really a surprise, I'm not gonna lie. I'm very surprised that the whole thing, for the most part, came out. So, not bad. Alright. So now that we're done with that, let's go and make a 3D, make it ready for resin printing. So, for resin printing, what I do is I, you know, just kind of angle it a little bit upwards, and then I just go ahead and do auto-generated supports first, and then I go to manual editing, and I just add a little bit of extra ones under here, just to ensure that it stabilizes. There appears to be, you know what, I did not want supports to be needed for the body, because it's already very flat. So, oh hey, there, the tie snare, thank you, I appreciate it. So, I don't really want the supports to be necessary for this thing to be printed in resin, so we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to angle it forward a little bit. Because again, the reason why you have to have it at an angle is because if you print it flat, you're going to have just collected oozy resin under this thing, and it's not fun. But this should be enough of an angle for it to just drip off. So let's just do that again. Yes, please. Okay. So you might lose a little bit of the details in the hook hands. So what we'll do is we'll angle it just a little more forward. But this is about as far as I'd want to go, because I don't want it to be too flat. Yeah, you see, this is gonna be the problem. That's too much. Alright, so this will be the middle ground right here. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, I'm okay with that. Let's put a little extra there, call it a day. Okay, so let's go ahead and export this guy. Horde Scarab, pre-supported. Alrighty, next is going to be a little more complicated. The next thing that I'm going to make is a swarm of these guys. So this will be interesting. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go ahead and return to the what do you call it? The FDM printer. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna see how much smaller I can make this guy before the limbs start to disappear. So let's go down 90%, and then let's see what it looks like. Alright, limbs still show up. Cool, cool. Let's go 80% and see what's up. Alright, 80% is when things start to fall apart. So let's go to 85. Alright, so 85% is the limit. Cool. Alright. Now the reason why I did that is because in the next piece, we're making a swarm of these guys. We want this to be visible enough that, you know, everything kind of shows up. So let's go ahead and save as, and then Horde Scarab Swarm. Alright. So a Horde Scarab Swarm is a medium-sized creature. So we're going to bring in my medium-sized creature marker. Now we're going to shrink this guy down 85%. So right there. It's close enough. Now this fella is already alone 17 megs, and that's a lot for a little guy like this. It's about to be turned into a swarm. So what we're going to do is I am going to decimate this guy. I'm going to bring it down to like 0. I don't know, 2. And what that does is it cuts down the amount of geometry needed to for this guy to show up, but it doesn't take too much of the detail away. Like, obviously this doesn't look as good as it was originally, but it's recognizable enough. So we're about to export a whole bunch of these guys. So let's just go ahead and see what Horde Scarab Swarm looks like already. File, export STL, Horde Scarab Swarm. Oh, perfect. See that? 1.49 megs. That's perfect. So let's make a whole crap ton of these guys. They're just going to be piled on top of each other. It's going to be very funny. Now here's the thing. When it comes to this creature, like, you know, it's okay if it doesn't, if not all the limbs show up, if it doesn't look right. Like, it's really fine. Because this is going to be a very tiny creature. It's a very tiny print. It's okay if things don't always show up. It's really fine. So don't worry too much about that stuff. Just make a bunch of them on top of each other. It's okay if the limbs are kind of on top of each other too. Just have fun. Your printer is not going to pick up all the details, and you know what? That is okay. There's a lot of people that stress about, like, oh, it's got to look perfect. Like, no, it doesn't, man. Your players are not going to care. They're just going to appreciate that they have a DM that gives a damn and actually made a thing for them. So just chill out. So yeah, so I'm gonna make a bunch of big ones, and then I'm gonna make a bunch of itty bitty little ones that are just gonna be there to fill up the space. It's gonna look kind of funny, like that. Alrighty. Alright, and now I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of tiny ones, and these little guys, like, their limbs are not gonna show up, you know, it's gonna be literally just these little pellet things, and that's okay. That is a-okay. That kind of reminds me of the mummy movies with the, what do you call it, the scarabs that like enter the people's bodies and crap. That was creepy. Although those movies were so much fun. Alright. I think this looks pretty gross, actually. Pretty cool. Alright, I'm officially grossed out. So I think I've done what I need to do here. So let's go ahead and do a quick render. Ugh, gross. Alrighty, not too shabby. Hey, I got another new patron. Ben. Thanks, dear friends. Appreciate it. Alrighty. So now that we got this horde of these disgusting things done, let's take a picture real quickly. And then, yeah, we're going to go ahead and prep this for 3D printing. And, yeah. It's gross. Not much more to it, it's gross. Alright, so let's go ahead and now import this into, first, let me show you guys what I was talking about when it comes to the swarm. Now in FDM, you're not gonna, oh, I imported the wrong creature. Swarm. Wait a minute. Oh, I guess I didn't. I must have done that wrong, sorry. Export, STL, horde, scarab, swarm. Weird. Let's try that again. There it is, 30 megs. I was like, that's not right. Oh yeah, well. Yes, it's lunch. So as you can see in FDM, the limbs on the big ones show up, the limbs on the little ones don't. But in the end, that's okay. It still looks pretty damn gross. That is good enough for FDM. So now we're gonna go into resin. And we're just gonna go ahead and, you know, angle this guy a little bit up. And we're not gonna stress too much about the supports on this guy, because it's already good to print as is, you know. So let me go manual. Let me just add a little more right here. And there you go. Pretty easy stuff. Nothing too hard about this. Alright, so there you go. So that's it for the horde scarabs and the horde mimics. Alrighty, so yeah, so far so good. So let's see what the next creature is in this book, because boy, it would be nice to just finish this book, you know, before the month ends. Although, I don't know, we'll see. So I'm gonna go over to D&D Beyond, where it's never been easier, and let's see what's next after Horde Scarab. Next after Horde Scarab is the Hollow Dragon. Hollow Dragon. Okay, cool, cool. Alright, it's pretty neat. So, yeah, let's go ahead and make ourselves a Hollow Dragon. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just grab an image off of the interwebs, and yeah. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the next creature, and then I'll upload everything when I'm done. Alrighty, so file save, and then file open. So let me go to the my generic dragon folder, or dragon file, which is actually not even here. It's in miscellaneous patron requests, D for dragon, other, and then base dragon split. This is where all the stuff happens. Alright, so here's my base dragon. Nothing too crazy about it, you know, it's just a regular base creature. Let's go ahead and save as Hollow Dragon. Alright. Alrighty. Let me get some artwork in here so I can at least have a bit of a guide. Alrighty. So let us begin. Alright. So, given this creature is on fire, it might actually be easier to sculpt into this creature after it's been posed. So what we're going to do is we're gonna 3D model all of the bits that are not on fire first. We're gonna then sculpt him, then we're gonna pose him, and then we're gonna sculpt in all the fire and stuff afterwards. So there you go. So that's how we're gonna do it. So a little bit backwards. Usually how I do this is I 3D model and then sculpt the creature, then I rig it up and then I pose it, right? But in this case, because fire is like not symmetrical, fire is random and crazy, I'm actually going to work backwards on this guy. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay. This might actually be it for me because I know this is going to take a while to finish. But I don't know. I'll do my best. Alright, so let's go ahead and work on his head first. So he kind of looks like a metallic sculpture of a dragon more than a dragon itself. So I'll have a lot of edges and stuff to worry about here. But yeah, let's just make this happen. Alrighty. So I hope everybody's good. To the new YouTube audience, thanks for, tuning into my first live stream. I don't live stream onto, YouTube often, so thanks for, being patient as I set this thing up and give it a shot, I do appreciate it. And of course, to the folks on Twitch, I'm not going anywhere. Just expanding my audience a little, that's all. But you are gonna see me all the time on Twitch, regardless. It appears I have selected too much geometry for this portion of the body. This is a little... I went a little too far. Oops. As you can see, the process of 3D modeling is very basic. Lots of lines and vertices and little bits of squares and stuff here and there. Nothing really super complicated about the process. It's just kind of there. Sculpting is where I really feel more like I'm being the artist, you know? Right now it's just moving bits and pieces so they kind of line up with what I'm thinking this thing should look like and printed in 3D. So, yeah, it's alright. Alrighty. Alright, that's pretty basic stuff right there. I'll come back to more details to it in a little bit. Alright, what's next? Next is he's got some armor plates. Same thing on his legs. Well, to Carson Lay, thank you so much for letting me know that. I'm happy that my works have helped you out. Okay, so what's next? Next is it's time to bring this body together. Now we're gonna go ahead and do some self extrusions on various bits of the bodies. We're pretty much gonna be doing this straight down the line. Oh, I just got a notification that my next upload is done. Okay, sorry, I gotta pull away for just a second. Tyranny of Dragons. Alright, and in you go. Sorry about that. I had to take care of some file uploads on my end. Because I guess I might as well tell you guys, since you guys are watching. So recently I had to make a bit of a financial decision, and that was that, so with my patrons, I share with them a Google Drive that has all the works that I've done for the past 8 years, so it's like 3,500 models in one place. But I also share a Mega Drive because Mega, some people don't like Google, first and foremost. Some people just don't feel like making a Google account or even accessing a Google account. Some people like Mega. So the nice thing about the Mega Drive is the fact that it has a search function, which Google doesn't really have, unless it's like your own personal drive. So people have been very happy with me using Mega as well to, share with my patrons all my stuff. Problem is that I started with a business account because, I don't know, just seemed like the thing to do. And then their prices started to go up. Like it started at like 20 something dollars, and then it kept going up, and now it's at $75, and I'm like, oh god. And the thing is that like, it wasn't like it was a bad service. It was doing just fine with what I needed. But $75 a month, and I didn't even really use any of like the business like benefits. Like it just seemed kind of wasteful. And it's like, yeah, I have a decent amount of patrons. I could afford it, but like spending money for the sake of spending money it just seems dumb. So I had to make a new account but this also means that I had to re-upload everything all over again. So yeah, in the process of re-uploading all my stuff, and it is time consuming, but whatever. Spending $10 a month instead of 75, I think is ultimately the right choice. So that's that. Yep. Same here. That goes for a lot of companies. You know, like, oh, I don't know, oil companies. But whatever. Either way, I worked out a nice system and now it's pretty good. But anyway, so, yeah. Making ourselves a dragon. No, that's okay. Well, thanks, Carson Lay. I appreciate your time. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the company. And good luck with the rest of your day. Those are just place markers for later when I really add the details. So I messed up. I forgot to add the wing armor details. So let me hide the skeleton for now. I guess I could add the little chest plate thing real quickly. So let me do that real fast. Cool. Alrighty, so let's split this guy in half now, again, because like I said, I gotta do the armor on the wings right now. So let me do that real fast. Looks like it's a perfect cut, straight down the line, very nice. Mirror function, pachow. Alright, and now let's add the armor bits to the wings. Looks like it only goes up to like the forearm, so I guess that's nice. Alrighty. So, I think that's it for the most basic armor bits. We can now get into some sculpting. What I'll do is I will sculpt the armor bits first. Then I will connect it to the skeleton. I will pose it. And then after that, I will sculpt in the fire. So, a little bit of everything. Alright, so what we're going to do is I actually need to take a little bit of a break. I want to refill my coffee, but I also need to use the facilities. So, short break, I'll be right back. Short break, I'll be back in, I don't know, give me like 15. Left at 10:47. Current model, I don't know, dragon with heart burn. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello. All right, I'm back. So, yeah. Let's continue, shall we? Alrighty. So, where did we leave off at? Ah, yes, I was working on the armor bits on the wings. I think we're good there. So let me increase that by a little, apply that, and then let's add some last minute details. So to the folks that are watching me on Twitch, you know, thanks for keeping me company while I do work. And to the folks on YouTube, same thing to you. Oh, looks like there's a bit of a merge issue here. Gotta take care of that first before I go any further. Alright, there you go. So yeah, streaming. As I've said before, it's not my thing. I just do it for fun. But, you know, it's a way of getting what I do out there, I guess, right? So, something that just needs to be done here and there. But yeah, I'd be doing this regardless of whether or not I had an audience or not, you know? Just here to hang out and do what I gotta do. Alright. I think I got down all of the metally bits. Now let me go ahead and save. And then save again as Hollow Dragon Metal Bits Sculpted. Alright. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me apply to subdivision surface. And then what we're going to do is going into sculpt mode, and well, first things first, I should get rid of these details at the ends. In fact, you know what, let me go back a couple of steps. Alright, and let me go to sculpt mode real quickly, turn on the symmetry lock, duh, and then get rid of some of these details. Because again, these wings are going to be just fire. There's no need for me to have claws and fingers and things like that. You know, it's unnecessary details. Yeah, there's like no point in any of this actually. So I'll smooth it out. I'll have like the most basic shape of fingers still there, you know, like I'll still keep that, but like the majority of this is not necessary anymore. So we're gonna get rid of this first. Same thing over here. Cool. All right. Now that we got that done, now I'm gonna add the extra details. So let's go ahead and apply. And now let's start sculpting. So first things first, sculpt mode. Gonna go in here, go into snake hook. Let's go ahead and make this nice and sharp looking. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see what else is there. Guess I could make his mouth a little more pointier in the front. Alrighty. Next up, let's go ahead and add some Dintopu details to this guy, and then we'll go from there. Well, actually not yet. Add a little more curvature to this line right here. A little more curvature to this line right there. A little bit there. Cool. Okay, let's add the topu now. So we're gonna bring that down to a 6, and then add some shading because I don't know, I just like it. And yeah, let's go ahead and you know, do this. Okay, so let's start adding some details. And we'll start with the head. First, let me draw on a gemstone situation. So just in case you're wondering, the first part of this process is to get these funny, like ancient, weird patterns onto this metal bits, right? But then the next phase is going to be actually making it look like beaten up, worn metal. That's going to require a different sculpting tool that I'm actually looking forward to using. And I will not be using this pattern specifically on the entire body. Like if I were to do this on a tail, it would just take forever and would not be fun. So I will use the rusted metal method for when I get to the actual tail and stuff. But right now this is just a random pattern of glyphs and dots. Nothing really crazy about it. I guess it's not really necessary for me to put a pattern on the inside of the legs because nobody's going to really see that anyway. So I'll just keep the pattern on the outside. It's starting to get hungry. I should have a lunch soon. Okay. That's that for the fun patterns. Let me work on this bits now. Okay. Okay, what's next? Ah yes, the rusted metal bits. Now to pull that off, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pick a different brush, and I'm gonna go ahead and use the I don't know. I guess I'll just use clay. So I'm gonna make a new clay brush, right? We'll call it rust. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a texture. So new. Then we'll go over here to the texture thing, images, movie, and we don't really need to bring in an image for this kind of thing. Like some of the base stuff that Blender already has is alright. Like clouds is actually pretty okay for making rusted metal patterns. So let's go in here and F, make this really strong, and then go like right there, and then just start painting the rusted metal bits onto here. Okay. Alright, now we do the same thing on the these metal bits. Make it look rusted. Oh, thanks there, A. Hoover. I appreciate it. probably should be doing a self-promotion right about now, huh? I'm not very good at that stuff, but I gotta try, right? Alright. Look at me, I got one whole viewer on Twitter, on YouTube right now. Hello there, friend. Thanks for staying on. Anyway, so, yeah. Thanks there, Peso Bread. Appreciate it. Alrighty. Alright, self-promotion time. Time to pay them bills, right? Anyway. Hello, friends. This is MZ4250. I'm the 3D artist who makes free 3D printable miniatures for the world to enjoy. If you'd like to support me as an artist as I continue to make these free works, I do have a Patreon. On my Patreon right now, I offer my patrons access to all 3,500 plus of my art pieces in one place. They are the same files that I already offer online, obviously, for free, but, you know, some people like having all of my works in one place, so it's a nice little convenience thing for them, and it works. So if you'd like to support me as an artist, have access to all of my stuff in one place, and I don't know, just enjoy being a patron of the arts. My Patreon is going to be posted in the chat, so just pasting it into the chat right now. And yeah, if you'd like to support me as an artist, then there it is. Okay, there. I think I posted it enough on the chat now for you guys to get the hint. But anyway, that's my Patreon, so if you want to give it a gander, save yourself some time. Oh, and there's also a Discord too, the fun little Discord with lots of fun people and you know, rather talented 3D printers who have all kinds of tips and tricks to get to print your finest things too. So there you go. That's my self-promo, and yeah, that's it. So I guess I'll start streaming on YouTube now more regularly, given it wasn't that hard to set up. Not exactly the biggest audience right now, but meh, who knows? Maybe these things will grow over time. I don't know. I'm not gonna stress about it. But I got my loyal Twitch viewers. You guys rock. Okay, I think that's it for the metal bits. Now it's time to go ahead and start sculpting in all of the fire and all the other little details. Now, for the fire in the wings, I'm not gonna sculpt that in now because, you know, he needs to be positioned first. But I will at least sculpt in the fiery pattern into the body itself. So let's go ahead and do that now. Let me save real fast. And then yeah, fire is just fire, right? It's just lines in various patterns, all weaving through the entire thing. Let me make this a little bit smaller and make this a little stronger. And there you go. And let's start. Actually, you know what? This whole tool might actually be better for this. Maybe I gotta do a little bit of a combination of both. You know, I wonder. Nah. It was worth a shot. Nah. Sorry, I just gotta take care of something right now. Okay, sorry. Where was I? Yes. There it is. There you are. Alright, so that did not work as well. This looks like this has a better randomized pattern than anything else. Yeah, I mean, ultimately what's going to come down to is going to be your paint job anyway, right? Hello there, Zesty Tacos. Thanks for joining my stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Still, like, only touching the surface of finishing this guy, though. But we're getting there. Okay. Now the last bit is this part. Alrighty. Now that that's done, it's time to actually pose this guy, and then once posed, then I can start working on the actual fiery details on the wings. And yeah, we'll just go from there. Thanks. Appreciate it. I guess that wouldn't hurt to at least get started a little bit on some basic patterns. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I had to load something else. So, my apologies. Anyway, well, it looks like YouTube is now officially a dead stream. Nobody's watching. It's fine. At its height, it had about, there was like 10 people watching at one point, so that's something. I'll see, keep it going anyway. I don't know. Maybe somebody who follows me will like see I'm streaming and they'll be like, oh, look at that. But whatever. At least I learned how to set up the stream, you know? And at least I now know how to set up a YouTube stream, so there's that. I wonder if YouTube like keeps these like streams archived or something. Maybe somebody might learn something, I don't know. As you can see, I don't stream often, so these are all new questions for me. If anybody in the chat knows the answer to that question, your information will obviously be greatly appreciated. But yeah, I don't know how that works. So once I get this base geometry down, I'm going to go ahead and decimate this file, and then I am going to go ahead and make a skeleton for this guy. Well, not make a skeleton, the skeleton's actually made already. Modify the skeleton. Because what I plan on doing is with these wings to not actually have them shaped like wings when he's actually posed. I'm gonna kind of make it look a little more fiery, and I'll need more geometry inside the skeleton itself, so we'll see how it turns out. But I got this nice basic pattern going on here, so that'll look nice. Hey, I got a viewer on YouTube. Hey, thanks for joining the stream. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I am 3D sculpting a very basic fiery pattern on this fiery dragon creature. And looks like I got the basic pattern down, so I'll worry about the details in a little bit. Anyway, let me go and take this guy, and we're gonna see just you know, how big this guy needs to be. Actually, before I even do that, I forgot I need to sculpt inside the mouth too. So let me go ahead and sculpt this guy real quick. Get inside that mouth. Let's get in there. A lot of geometry in this guy. Let me save real fast. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and save one more time. And then let's go and add a decimate function to this. Let's see how big the file is by itself. Just out of curiosity, how big is this Hollow Dragon? It's probably going to be like 500 megs. It's probably going to be really, really big. Let's see here. File, export as, STL. Oh, 230 megs. I've seen worse. Alright, this is only the beginning of this too. Alright, so let's go ahead and add a decimate function. So, decimate. And let's go ahead and, I don't know, let's see, 230 megs, so half of that is 115, half of that is 57, rounded down. Alright, so 0.25 is probably what I want. So give it a second, let it calculate. Calculating. Standby. Standby. Please stand by while decimation is calculated. So what's neat about decimation is the fact that it's you know, it cuts down the file size by, in this case, 75%, but it maintains the majority of the details, so you get the best of both worlds. There it goes. As you can see, not too much of a difference in the look of the creature, but the file size is now much smaller. So now I've applied that, and if I were to export it now, it would be significantly smaller. So it's a nice little modifier that definitely saves you a lot of headaches in the future. It's calculating, it's calculating. Give it a second. I actually have a pretty high-end PC, so just give it a second to calculate. Also, I gotta change the file name, so let me go ahead and do that. As soon as you're done calculating, come on, little buddy, you got this. You got this. Let's go. There you go. Hey. All right, let's save this as Hollow Dragon rigged. Let me just do an export again, just to make sure that it is a smaller file now. It should be in theory. Let's see. Alrighty. Yep. There you go. 57 megs. Very nice. This won't be the last time that I do a decimation on this guy. Alright. Let me go ahead and select the skeleton. And we're gonna start messing with the skeleton now. Alright, so as I stated before, this is gonna be much more fluid looking. So let's go ahead and go to edit mode, and let's add a lot more geometry to these wings. Maybe not these fingers, I don't really care about those things. Let's see here. There you go. And then we'll subdivide, and then I'll subdivide again. And that should be a little more right here. Alright, and that should be more than enough geometry to make this look a a lot less like, you know, wings and a lot more like just heaps of fire with some semblance of flame. Oh, it looks like this guy was not subdivided. Alrighty, let me select the tips, and I'm going to go ahead and subdivide these one more time. And maybe that's a little much. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's go ahead and save again. And now I'm going to go ahead and connect this skeleton to this rig. So I am going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I'm going to enjoy some lunch because I am hungry. So, alright, I'll be back in a little bit. So let's select the body, select the skeleton, Control P, automatic weights. Pa-chow. Pa-chow, pa-chow, pa-chow. Okay, it's connecting. Alright folks, I'll be right back. Like I said, I'm gonna go on a lunch break. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. It could not connect to the skeleton. Oh, so much for that idea, huh? So let's go ahead and open it again. And what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to delete this guy and then import the new skeleton after I've run it through Windows Builder. Because apparently there were some errors on the file, which sucks, but it is what it is. Okay. So Windows Builder will fix the file for me, and then it will, once it's done repairing the file, then I'll be able to rig it to the skeleton again. I have to reposition it though. It's dumb, I know. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. There it goes. Alrighty. Alright, there it is, done. Let's go ahead and save. Now let's go over here, saving. Alright, then file, import, STL, and then bring this guy back in. Do you lose any detail or anything by having to do these steps? Or is it just annoying? Nah, it's just annoying. You don't really lose any details. But yeah, I need to now reposition the skeleton back to where it was before. And then make sure it's centered. Looks like everything's where it was. Actually, you know what? I just noticed something. This bone actually could be positioned a little differently. Alright. So alright, should be okay now. I'm not gonna worry too much about the bone structure at this point. Okay, let's go ahead and save. And then, so body, select the skeleton, Control P, and now it should work. There it goes. When I see the not responding and I see that it's processing, that means that it is actually connecting to the skeleton. So there we go. All right, folks. So I'm gonna put my away message. So lunch break. We'll be back in, I don't know, give me like 50-ish. Left at 12, 11. Current model, Dragon of Heartborn. Alright guys, yeah, I'm gonna go take a lunch break, so I will be right back. Hello. Alright, I'm back. So, alright, this guy is looking pretty good. Looks like he's connected now. Let's go ahead and check this skeleton real fast. So, go into pose mode and then just select the bone and see how he looks. And yep, the skeleton is connected to the body. Alright, so let's go ahead and save real fast. And now let's go ahead and pose this guy. So, save as. Posed. Alrighty. Now let's pose this guy. Doesn't need to be anything crazy, you know, just kind of walking, dragging his tail, kind of angry, I guess, I don't know. Let's see, he's supposed to be a huge undead. So, let's go ahead and do that. So, huge undead, huh? Alright. So what we need to do first is we need to import a somebody on the YouTube stream said nice and then bye. Anyway, let's go and bring in a size marker. We're gonna go with a huge creature, and yeah, that seems like it's about the right size. Yeah, sure. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and pose this guy now. Okay, so alright, so when you pose a creature, the first thing you do is the core, right? So let's go to pose mode. And we're gonna go ahead and position his core. So start with the front and work our way back. And then gotta move his hips. Okay, so we moved his hips. Now let's go ahead and position his legs. So we're gonna have this pointed outward just a little bit. And this leg, yeah, this leg's okay. Let's bring up the size marker a little bit because we want his, kind of look like he's like kind of prowling a little, you know. Alright. Oh, it looks like I forgot to sculpt into the his shoulder area, but whatever, it's fine. I'll just get around to that when we complete this model. Alright. Let's go ahead and position his feet. I guess I could technically move his limb back a little bit more. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing, Boo?
Good. The Ventos arrived.
The what arrived?
The Ventos for the 3D printer.
Oh, sweet. We got some hose in here. Awesome. What? It's true.
we do. We have 10-foot hose.
Exactly.
Which is very impressive.
That's some big hose.
Yeah.
All right, I'm here for it. So for those of you who are wondering why I'm talking about hose, so I have a resin printer, and you know, they're not exactly the most safest thing to have indoors without some proper ventilation. So we made a nice little setup recently with a new encased like little enclosure cabinet thing just for the resin printer, but we gotta set up some hose or a hose out of it to vent outward into, outside the house. So we just got some hose delivered, a 10-foot hose. So with all that extra hose, should be able to make it work pretty well. So I'm pretty excited.
Do you still have the thing you used to clean the fur off of?
Oh, that thing. Yeah, I think it's in here? No. Honestly, the brush downstairs in the guest room is more effective. Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Oh, I should probably move this around a little bit. Alrighty, that's that for the legs. Now let me go ahead and position the neck. I'm just gonna do what the artwork is doing, just position it so it's looking to the right. Whoops. Sometimes that happens. Hey, I got 2 viewers on YouTube now. Woo! Big audience. Hello, friends. Thanks for joining the stream. Name's MZ4250, and I am a 3D modeler who makes free 3D printable miniatures for D&D that are, pretty fun to make. I know normally it's the jaw that goes down, but in this instance I'm gonna move the head up, and then I'm gonna move the jaw down. There you go. A little combination of both. Alright, pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, next is the tail. There you are. Yeah, I just thought of something. Maybe this tail should actually be in the air. That way somebody can, paint it to look like it's more on fire. So I'll just have a little bit of a downward angle that it goes up again. Alright. And then I'll just do maybe like that. There's like a little bit of a curve and it goes like that. Sure. Maybe I should just go the other direction. Why not? I have a little bit of a serpentine thing going on. Nothing wrong with that. Alright. Very nice. Cool. Alrighty. Last but not least, the wings. So these things are going to be looking less like wings and more like just straight up flames, right? So let's go ahead and begin that process. See how this turns out. Cool. Alrighty. And now same thing on this end too, where it just starts to look more like flames and less like actual wings. So, yep. dig it. Cool. All right. Next, let's do a quick review, see how he's looking. Well, this is definitely the angle that I want to like show him off, right? All right. I think that's the winning view right there. Alrighty. Next up, let's go ahead and yeah, start you know, making this guy look more like his wings are on fire and stuff. Also, I think his head's a little too big. There we go. Yeah, I think his feet are too big too. I'm starting to get a little picky now, aren't I? Probably. Cool. Alrighty, he's looking pretty nice. Now let's start making these wings look like they're on fire. So we're gonna go ahead and save real quickly. Then what we're going to do is we are going to save as, and then posed and sculpted final. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to select this guy and we're going to apply the armature. Then I'm gonna press and keep the stuck to its transformation. Then we're just gonna hide his armature because it's just gonna get annoying. And now we're gonna sculpt on him a little bit more. So now that we know how the wings are positioned, we can start adding a little more details and stuff, right? So let me go to object mode. Let me show him smooth out. And now we're gonna start sculpting a little more. So I wanted to like add to these like fiery details, right? So I'm gonna go in here and start adding some more details to the fire. Now that we know, like, you know, where it's going, we can add stuff like this. So, to the folks who are watching right now, today was my, as you know, first foray into using YouTube as a means of also live streaming. Very light reception though. I guess given it doesn't cost anything, I should probably just keep doing it, right? I know it wasn't the most exciting thing, but better than nothing, I guess. If you guys got any tips on YouTube and how it works, let me know, because this is new to me. Alright, that definitely looks a lot more flyer-like for sure. Let me do that on the other end, and then I gotta do the little twists. And hey, got a new patron! Christopher. Thanks, Christopher, I appreciate it. That's exciting. Okay, now let's add the little flippity fairy bits, and then we'll go from there. Oh, for some reason I turned off Tintopo. Weird. I was wondering why this was coming off a little distorted. I think I will turn off the Tintopo though for adding more of the fiery pattern. Okay, not too shabby. That looks pretty convincing. Okay, let's keep working. We're working on X-Wing. Alrighty. Oh, let me turn off Tintopo for this. There's enough geometry here that it's not necessary to use Tintopo for that specific detail. wonder what is next after this guy. I don't plan on doing this all day, obviously. I'm gonna probably stop after this one. But, yeah, I'm kind of curious what's next in the book. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Okay. That definitely looks like Roaring Flames. Alright, let's do it on the other side. The stuff that I do. Sometimes the projects are pretty quick. Just like those scarabs that I started working on this morning. And sometimes you gotta deal with some serious detail. And you know what? That is okay, because this is what I love to do. And dagnabbit, if I gotta go the extra distance to make sure that this works out, then so be it. Oh, thank you there. Sean on YouTube just said, just thank me for my work. So, thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. given that this is kind of a mindless task, and I don't need to use all my brain to process what's going on here. If you guys got any questions about 3D modeling, 3D printing, D&D, Star Wars, Godzilla, Star Trek, those are pretty much all the things that I'm pretty much very knowledgeable of, so if you got any questions, now is the time to ask away. Here's a question from Sean on YouTube. When D&D announces a new product like Spelljammer, is a part of you like, oh crap, they're going to be hard to model? Not really. No, I just look at it as, just another fun challenge to take on. I don't really look at it that way. Although I have to say, when Mordenkainen and Sumafoes came out, a little part of me was wondering, like, are they trying to make this hard? Like, almost seems like they were kind of challenging me. But whatever, I still made them all and thought they came out pretty great. So in the end, I'm pretty sure I met that challenge just fine. The boy who lived has come to die. Sorry. Okay, those look like wings on fire. Okay, I think we got ourselves fiery wings. All right, well, that was intense. Go ahead and save real fast. Now let's go ahead and, yeah, let's go ahead and export this guy and see how big he is. So, okay, export STL. Ah, so close. See, it's got to be under 64 megs for me to load it in the website that I need to load it onto. So we're going to add a decimate function to this guy. 0.8 should probably be enough. So close. So close. Alright. That should do it. Give it a second. Export STL. Alright. File, export STL. There you go. Cool. Alright, so 50 megs, 51 megs. It's not too bad. Alrighty. Now, obviously, not everybody's going to want to print this guy as one piece. Some people want to print it in pieces. So we're going to have to export the stand by itself. Huge creature marker. And then file, export STL, and then hollow dragon, no stand. Selection only. Oh, I forgot to press selection only. It's fine. And then select this guy, file, export STL, huge creature marker, export. Alright. Okay, so now that the pieces are done, first we need to do a quick render, so people can see what it at least looks like, right? And then after that, we're gonna go ahead and start prepping him for 3D printing. So let me get some lights. This is something I've been putting off for a while, preparing this light source file for large creatures. I always seem to forget this, to do this part. Alright, now we're set. Alright, copied and file open recent and paste. Now obviously this is not going to be a normal situation with these wings. I'm going to want the wings to be the actual light source of this model. So we're going to see how this goes. And we're going to want some light coming out of his mouth because he's on fire. No, sorry about that, Sean. What you're going to need to do is on YouTube, look up Mesh Mixer tutorials on how to split a model. And once you've seen a couple of those tutorials, and you'll be able to split up the piece and make it as easy as it can for your itty bitty printer as necessary. Because yeah, Trask is one of the biggest models I've ever made, so it's not going to be easy. All right, let's go ahead and see how this looks. All right. Yeah, Mesh Mixer is a free program too. You don't need to spend anything on it. So look that up and you're set. All right, here we go. Save. It's a little bright. It's just a little bright. Alright, so let's go ahead and make this 10, because the distance is really low, so that's probably why it exploded. Okay. And then I'll copy paste you up here. And let's try that again. It's a little bright. Just a teensy bit bright. Just a little bit. Much better. Much better. Also, technically there's fire coming out of this guy from the bottom too. So I need to do that as well. Yep. I'll do a test run on that guy right there and see how he looks. Then I'll have to double him up all over the place. Yeah, that works. Alright. Cool. Cool. There we go. Now that is quite lovely. Hey, thanks there, Grasshopper. I like your username, it's funny. Alrighty, but yeah, this is the rendering phase. I personally don't like the rendering phase, but it's kind of a necessity so people can, you know, get a gist of what this thing looks like so they can print it themselves. And, oh. Get in there. But thank you, I do appreciate that. Alrighty. I think we got ourselves a nice hollow dragon. Alrighty. So yeah, that's fun. Alright. Now I'm just being nitpicky. Okay. I guess the last bit of detail that I need to worry about is this does not need to be there. This does need to be here. Cool. Alrighty. I think we're ready to go. Took a minute, but we're finally getting there. So let me take a nice picture, and then it's time to post these guys online. Fizban's Treasury of Dragons and Hollow Dragon. Okay. All right. Now it's time for the fun part, which is making this guy 3D printable. So, first things first, let me open this up in GIMP real quickly. And I gotta do the same thing with the Horde scarab I made earlier. Open with GIMP. And open with GIMP. The reason why I'm doing this is because, you know, when I show these things later on the interwebs, I want people to also see my little logo, right? So, gotta do what I gotta do, right? This is Erebos from last week. You guys are wondering who that is. Who's that handsome devil? Hey, boo.
Hi, baby.
How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. That was my wife. My wife. Alrighty. Okay, next is we're going to my slicer. And first things first, we're going to run this guy through Windows Builder. Just make sure there's no other errors. There shouldn't be, but yay, no errors. Very nice. Alrighty, so now this guy over here is the one that's going to be pre-supported. So let's go ahead and split up into pieces. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up Mesh Mixer, and we're going to import Mr. Hollow Dragon, no stand. And I don't know if you're still there, Sean, but I'm about to take this guy apart into pieces. And if you wanted to learn a thing, you just watch. You'll know how I do it, so you can do it on your Tarrasque. Alright, so first you import the model. You're going to go to select. You're going to lower it to like around 30. That's the size of the paintbrush. You don't want it to be too big. And you're going to, maybe a little smaller. And you're going to select, there you, oh, I'm glad you're still here so you can watch how I do it. So you're going to select the area that you want to cut, right? So in this case, it's going to be the head first. Then you go to Edit, Plane Cut, and then you now adjust this thing, like so. You line it up with the cutting area, and then you do this. And as you can see, it tells you where exactly is it going to cut. So gives you an idea of what you're working with. It's up to you how you want to orient these things, obviously. I prefer with a little bit of space for enough of a flat surface, you know, but it's up to you. So now that you do that, you press keep both, and then you press accept. And then you go to edit, and you go to separate shells. And then when you separate shells, ta-da! Now you got a body and you got a head that you can export as your own individual STL pieces. However, we're not done yet because we're going to want to key this together, you know, so you can slide this into the piece and call it a day, right? So I'm going to hide this head for now. I'm going to go to Mesh Mix, right? No, let me select that. Select the body. Select mesh mix and just drag this square out here, right? You're gonna make this square really tiny. Or not too tiny, but you know, just enough to make a hole inside the neck, right? So you're gonna squeeze that down by touching the little circular, little square in the middle that controls the size of it. Using these little control dongles to actually move it. And you're gonna put the square right into the surface of this creature, because that's gonna be a hole and a connector that you're gonna make later. So when you do that, you turn on the piece, make sure there's no issues, no cross boundaries or anything like that. But it looks pretty good, right? So you bring it in and you leave it, suggest that there's like at least like a millimeter or two, you know, in there. Then you press enter to solidify what you've done. Actually, let me angle it a little bit more. That looks pretty good. Okay, so then what you're going to do is you're going to duplicate this square by pressing the duplicate button. You're then going to select the original square, and you select the body. Sorry, you select the body, you select one of the squares, and then you press Boolean difference. Boolean difference. Okay. Now it's going to create a little hole for the out of the square. So you get rid of auto reduce because you don't want that. You want it to be true to its form. You press intersection curves to make it a little bit tighter, and then you press accept. Now, if you look, if it just hide this thing, you'll see I have a little square right there. Next is the other square. Now with this guy, you're gonna want to size him down just a little bit, because I don't know why, but when you print things in FDM, sizes get warped, holes end up bigger or smaller. I don't know why, it's just the way it is. So you're gonna squeeze this down like a little bit, like about 5% of what the original size is. Then you're gonna select the head, select this guy, and just press combine, and then there you go. And that is how you split a piece off of another model. Now when you 3D print the head, you just slide it right into that hole after you're done, and make sure you fill this hole with some glue. And that's how you cut a piece. So there you go. And now I'm going to do this with the rest of the model. So I'm not going to talk it through, but you know, that's how you do it. It's pretty basic. Humming in Spanish. Cool, cool. It takes a little practice there, Sean, but you'll get there. Also, sometimes you accidentally create geometric mishaps like this. Notice that there's nothing there, so you just delete it. Sometimes that happens. Alright, so next separated, let's go ahead and separate the tail. And by the way, you don't have to separate the shells every time you cut a piece. You can literally just cut the entire thing, cut the entire thing as you need to, and then just press separate shells right at the end, and then you'll get the same results. No problem there. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. Yeah, Bob Ross of 3D printing, 3D modeling. Sure, I'll take that. I'll take that mantra with honor. Pretty sure Bob Ross wasn't, enjoying a cocktail or something while he worked. I prefer to have a nice cocktail when I do this. Maybe not today, though. I drank enough this weekend, Kind of want to take a break. Alright, that's pretty close. Alright, edit, separate shells. Alright. And it looks like it made a bunch of extra pieces. It happens. Okay, wing, head, neck, wing, body, tail, and then looks like it made a bunch of extra pieces that I don't need, so I just delete that, delete that, delete that, delete that, and delete that, and alright, there you go. Cool. Alright, let's hide all of the limbs. Just leave the body, and then I'm going to do the squares for all of them. Mesh mix, square, oops. Didn't mean to drag it onto the thing itself. Square. Oh, that's a weird positioning. Let me try that again. I don't know why the square control thing doesn't always enter centralized. Don't really know how to fix that, but whatever, make do. Poo. I didn't duplicate it for some reason. It happens. It happens. It's about to start raining where I'm at. I live in Virginia, if anybody's curious. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's do some copying. Duplicate. Duplicate. Duplicate and duplicate. Alright, now select all these guys. Alright, combine. Now select this guy and this guy, and Boolean difference. Doom, doom, doom. And then shrink these guys just a smidge. Okay. Now that we got that done, let's go ahead and hide this body, bring back all the other bits, and then combine, 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 and combine. Whew. Finally. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Jeez Louise. Alright, so what's next? Next is pre-supporting these pieces. So we're going to go over here, we're going to get rid of this guy, and now we're going to bring in all those bits that we just worked on. Oh, duh, I need to export them. So file, export, and then, where the hell is this guy? Hollow Dragon head. Export, Hollow Dragon neck. I have a system for making dragons now, as you can see. Anyway, file, export, STO, Hollow Dragon body. That's a big boy. Export this guy. Export, Hollow Dragon tail. Export, Hollow Dragon left wing. And this part, export, Hollow Dragon right wing. All right. Whew. Next, after this, what I need to do is I need to run each piece through Windows Builder again to make sure there's no errors. But also, Windows Builder has a really good way of compressing the file even further. So now it went from 100 megabytes to 21. So even if there's no errors, it's still good to just bring it in anyway, just to save some space. Doom, doom. This was a pretty good model. Pretty happy with how it came out. But definitely been working on this stuff for a good amount of time. Ready to start posting things online. So what is next after the Hollow Dragon? Lion Drake I've already done. Ah, the Metallic Great Worms. That's gonna be fun. They're basically just really big metallic dragons, so it's nothing really crazy. Okay, all the pieces have been processed. Now it's time to pre-support them for resin users. So let's do that. Alright, Hollow Dragon time. Pizza time. Alright, first up we got the body. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and flip this guy. Looks pretty good right there. Let's go ahead and hollow him out. Hollow this object. It's a little bit of a big hole. 3 should be enough. There we go. Always put holes at the bottom as well because you want this to drain all the resin that's going to cup in there. Alrighty. Next up. Hole there. It's a little big. And that should be enough holes. Sort of. Not really. Yeah. It's probably no good. This is not going to work in the limbs, but it's fine. As long as I got the holes inside the main chunky parts, that's all that matters. Alright. Auto-generate supports and holes. Very nice. Alrighty, we got holes, we got a hollowed body. Usually the body is the only part you really need to hollow because it's the biggest, fattest part. So okay. Alright, next is the head. Okay, this piece, we would want it to be exported out like this. So file, export STL. Okay, now let's go ahead and pre-support it. Okay. Alright, looks pretty good. Next is the wings. Let's load this up into FDM real quickly because we want the wings to be exported out laying flat as can be. It's the easiest way to print these things. Alright, file, export, STL. Same thing with the other right wing. Shit. I almost deleted it. That would have been dumb. And then the tail. I got a question. Cool. Alright there, Makeover Joe. Well, I hope it works out for you. And then the neck. Alright. Okay, now that we got that done, that's for proper orientation if you want to print this in FDM. But anyway, now that that's done, let's go ahead and pre-support the rest of these. So let's pre-support the left wing. For resin printing, we wouldn't want to print it like this. We would want to, you know, have it angled upward. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna add some extra points down here because it never hurts when it comes to fire and wings. Alright. Well, folks, it looks like I'm starting to finally finish this guy. Things are starting to come together pretty nicely. I will be wrapping up this stream shortly, so if you guys got any questions at all about anything that I do, now is the time to ask. So if you got any questions about 3D modeling, 3D printing, D&D, fighting bears, you know, I got you covered. Last piece, the tail, finally. did something weird. There we go. Funny. Alrighty, and that is that. This thing has been prepped, pre-supported, and ready for action. Alrighty, it's time to hit the road. I'm gonna go and start posting everything that I made online now, so that's gonna take a little minute. Obviously, there's no reason for you guys to hang around there. So, thanks for tuning in, folks. Once again, if you'd like to support me as an artist, as I make free art for the world to enjoy, my Patreon is, link is in the chat. I will see you guys later. You guys be good. And yeah, this was fun. This was good. I was able to get a lot done. I'll see you guys around. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and be good. See you later. Time to close out.